Yeah.
Oh, I see them. Let's see if I can get those.
On the edge of the fence line.
Here. I'll see if I can get them. Got one of them. Here, tell Mississippi to use this for a little.
So perfect for a football practice field there, man. That's hilarious. My camera doesn't even have a doubler, David. That's the best I can do right there.
Took a picture of my parents. They're asking, how's the game going?
My Gophers are winning. It took me a second, but I got the reference. Yeah. Do we need to go over to that field with a bunch of explosives? That's hilarious. Oh, I can't remember that at all. Oh, man. Yeah, we do. No, I haven't. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to watch that. I didn't see it. Carl Spackler was had to look it up now. Had to cheat. completely improvised that scene. No, I mean that scene wasn't even in the script. He just completely improvised it. Probably, but I can't recall anything. Oh. Yes, yeah. Right. That sounds like Rodney Dangerfield, man. He did his damn thing, whatever he wanted to do. Yes. Right, right. Well, actually, they were rated second city for most of them. Saturday Night Live, they were rated second city. Yeah. Well, Bill Murray came from second city. All right.
Aren't they making like a dramatic, dramatized like version of Saturday Night Live and like how it used to be?
Oh, that'd be kind of cool to see.
I think I saw it in like a preview when I was like went to go see Twisters. It was something like 30 minutes to live or something.
They just turned on the lights. Don't really like that one for sure. Actually, we're going to be in the dark by the time the game starts, and they're going to start after 8. So you're studying your icon on the other end. Maybe the director went home. I don't know. More interesting watching this groundhog. Oh, it's got to be worse down there. Yeah.
Yeah, we get to look at groundhog. This is the one by Lexington.
One, two, three. Looks like they got 4 lights out on the other side. Five out on one. Oh, I see. There's 2 left. Yeah. Left and right, there's 4 of them. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this was the place, man. They used to stay right across the street there. I came here one time for Bengals training camp. The new place where they're at now is smaller.
I've lost visual contact on the grocery right now. I know about Caddyshack, I just haven't gotten around to see it.
Yeah, you got to be ready for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
trust me, I think I can handle it. I went to go see a Sausage Party sober.
Oh, good God. Oh, that was so terrible. I mean, but the story was awful. At least Caddyshack is like, here's this, kind of like a scaffolding of a story, and then here go. You know, it's like it wasn't a real story. It was just like here's a scaffolding.
Yeah, if I can make it through sausage party and then like the first like 30 minutes of Naked Gun, we're good.
Oh, Naked Gun was pretty awesome in comparison. Yeah, yeah, the sausage party. What a cow.
This one in here.
I showed airplane to my nephews when they were early 20 years older. The older one looked at me and said, now can we watch a funny movie? It's like, fight me, kid.
You're telling me they didn't think the I Speak Jive bit was funny?
They didn't get it. It was completely, the humor is based on a lot of references that they had no exposure to, so, you know. And also, these kids are from frickin', you know, Nebraska and Iowa. You know, they lived in those two states where they were like conscious. You know, it's like, so it's like I think they see maybe 2 black people. So, and that was when they went to college in Kansas City.
You know, I was born in 2001. I know what's cool and what's not.
Yes, exactly. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I saw that in high school. Yeah. No, I didn't. I got to see it. Unfortunately, I got to see it on TV, which means it was pretty heavily censored. Then later I got to see it when we got like HBO, like a decade later. You know, or not quite. It's Kentucky Fried Movies from the late '70s. But you know, I'm Bill Bixby in the National Association for the Dead. It's like one of my favorite things forever.
I haven't seen Kentucky Fried yet. There was like, when I was in middle school, there was a solid period of my time that was just spent to watching like Comedy Central movies.
Oh, okay.
So like a lot of like the Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
Super bad.
I haven't seen Super Bad, but Harold and Kumar. I when I saw that, I thought it was just myself.
There was that one movie with Zach Galifianakis and Robert Downey Jr. Where they're like, I recently saw the clip of like whenever they went to some sort of like license bureau and they ran into Danny McBride and he was just a dick the whole time.
How about This Is the End? Have you seen that one?
I have. That's a good movie.
That's pretty darn funny. Like, when they're trying to talk about what they do with the puppy.
Yeah. It was really cool to see Judy was good. It was really cool to see Michael Cera just like do things that you would not expect Michael Cera to do.
Yeah.
Like, which one of you guys took my freaking phone? And then just gets nailed.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was in my pocket the whole time. That's so embarrassing. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
with Simon Pegg. Yeah, that's Edgar Wright, big fan of Edgar Wright. For the longest time, I would always just like my go-to would be let's watch Naked Gun. It's good. I'm a big fan of the Hero car, which is the Subaru Impreza WRX. It's a good one. Another
was one where it was actually a screw up, and they had to do a scene thing. This is going back to the 70s. James Bond movie. I think it was You Only Live Twice, where Sean Connery is driving a car. He flips it on two wheels to go down an alley that's too thin for a car to go sideways. So they shot the scene of the car going in one way, and then when they came out the other side, it was the wrong way, so that the driver's side was on the wrong side. So they had to shoot a scene in the middle of the car like flipping from one side to the other, but they only shot it through like the windshield. You could see Sean Connery leaning one way and then leaning the other. And it was hilarious. So they could get it right. Yeah. Like, oh, we screwed up. We can't do that again. Yeah, exactly.
I think the only Sean
Diamonds
Connery,
Are Forever. That's the one. Okay.
the only Sean Connery movie I've seen is The Last Crusade.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one, man. That's he plays a great character. Yeah, yeah. Sean Connery plays kind of a caricature of himself almost. So, yeah. Do not watch The Green Knight. Value your eyes.
This is like the
Or Zardoz.
okay.
These are like classic Sean Connery. Do not watch. They're awful movies. Yeah.
If I know one thing about The Green Knight, I know that it is bad.
Yes. Yeah, Zardoz is like your upper level. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Bad. Yeah. The Room.
Well, The Room is good in an ironic way.
Well, there's The Room, and then there's Room. There's two different movies. One's called Room, and that one was pretty darn good. And then there's The Room, which was just garbage.
Well,
Yes.
Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah, yeah.
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 Did you see the clip of him being like, "Hi, I'm Tommy Wiseau, and you auditioned for the Joker."
Yeah.
And he just starts screaming in Joker garb.
I couldn't. No, that was just so bad. I just could not. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's it's like, yeah. I mean, it's MST3K fodder. It's what it is. It's just, oh man. Oh, it's like, it's like if Barbarella were a male thing and it was even worse, without the dick. So, yeah.
This may be like an out of left field comparison, but is it anything like Black Dynamite?
No. Black Dynamite actually has redeeming qualities. Yeah. 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 It's just, at some point, some producer or someone needed to go, stop. Okay, just cut your losses and stop.
That's how I felt about seeing Hellraiser.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, it was just I at a certain point I was like, who are these people?
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm not into like hack 'em up gory movies. That's not into that. I like some scary movies. To give you an idea, my idea of the best haunted house movie ever is 30 minutes. That's it. Very little gore, a little whatever, a lot of jump scares.
Yeah. Hellraiser is just kind of like this practical monster. Just kind of like it's not really scary. It's just looks cool.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
It's the same era as Phantasm and all that. Friday the 13th,
yeah.
yeah. bad.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's just like, I don't know. And yeah, and after like midway, I was like, okay, why are they drinking and driving? And then it's just, I think Michael Myers did them a favor by saving them from not only a DUI but also teen pregnancy.
That was the movie that made her.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was the first her big spot, right?
Yep.
I didn't really like. It was so my friends took me to see it. They're really wrong. So a lot of the stuff I didn't really like, but they were saying that it doesn't really make sense. They kind of butchered some of the characters and made the character that Jamie Lee Curtis played just like more antisocial and just like not as socially inept as what her game character is. Yeah, her and Jack Black. Yeah, he plays the annoying robot, which is more annoying than what he's actually.
He normally is, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be off headset a second. I gotta do a bio.
I will say, recently I discovered Pluto TV. Yeah, it's free, which is kind of why I got it. But I found out that there's just a channel on there that's just completely dedicated to playing kaiju and monster movies. Yeah, so like when I was doing a week down in Cincinnati for work, I would just watch. I made a list of like all the Godzilla movies I saw. And they played them back to back too in no specific order. So it was like Mothra versus Godzilla, Godzilla versus Space Godzilla 2. And then it goes to like, I noticed that like whenever they do sequels, they'll go from Godzilla versus Mothra. Instead of doing a 2, they'll just do Mothra versus Godzilla. They'll swap the names. Oh yeah, they made 2 of those, I think. Yeah, the second one was like, okay, we need to Kong vs. Godzilla, they need to team up against Mega Godzilla. And then I think the new one was like, okay, let's give the monkey a metal arm. Something different like that. I can't remember who they fought, but that was the premise. It was just like, let's give Godzilla and Kong weapons. Oh yeah. Yeah, they I feel like in that whole like cinematic universe, they just kind of like, as you're watching, it was like, oh shit, it's Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad. Yeah. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, she was in the first one. Billy Bobby Brown at one point. Yeah. Very tall. I can never remember his name. Not Will Ferrell, but the other guy from Step Brothers. Yeah, John C. Reilly. The only reason I remember it because I thought the joke of like, hey, did the White Sox did they win the World Series yet? No. Or no, sorry, it was the Cubs. Hey, the Cubs won the World Series yet? No. Oh well, that sucks.
Ohio State 52, Akron 6.
Jesus. Oh, looks like we got some players in the first year. Chattanooga at bottom left.
Fans have the latest news right at your fingertips by downloading our official mobile app, powered by Fan 360. Get access to exclusive content while shopping for the newest gear through our online shop, all with the Lexington Sporting Club fan app. Fans, support your home club team by reaping the latest Lexington SC gear. Visit the team shop on the main concourse and take advantage of our Labor Day sale. Buy one, get 50% off, including all clearance.
On the final day of August, several chapters conclude. Lexington get ready to close out Toyota Stadium before debuting their new home. Chattanooga look for their second win of the Jägermeister Cup with a chance to spoil the party. The USL Jägermeister Cup presented by UKHC is on ESPN+. Hello, welcome, I'm Ryan Lee, so happy to be with you this evening, and tonight's matchup does not bear the same weight it did to start the week. Madison beat Omaha on Thursday, eliminating Lexington from leading the Central. However, both teams technically still have a chance in the wild card, but gaining 8 goals on Omaha will require something crazy to happen per Scott McKenzie. This game can, however, generate momentum into the regular season playoff race, where both teams are within 3 points of the final playoff slot. Lexington are set for their new era in the USL Championship next season, and a new league calls for a new stadium. Lex Sporting coach Darren Powell said that all great soccer clubs go through humble beginnings, and it allowed the club to gain its pillars. They'll host Knoxville in 2 weeks at the new facility, and here LSC were 9, 7, and 11 in their first 2 seasons. They'll try for their 10th home win tonight at Toyota Stadium against Chattanooga, who have lost 4 straight. And despite their struggles, both the Wolves and Lexington are capable of scoring in waves. The last matchup saw a total of 7 goals back on May 25th. An Omar Hernandez red card kept the door open for Lex Sporting. Down a goal after 90 and back-to-back stoppage time goals allowed a 4-3 victory for Lex Sporting over the Wolves. Both teams will have to put a similar offensive performance if they want the semis. The group stage concludes in the inaugural Jägermeister Cup. Lexington SC look for their 6th straight unbeaten to close down Toyota Stadium. Chattanooga look to end a 4-game losing drought to spoil Lexington's parade. Lineups and kickoff are next. Lineups and kickoff are next.
Lex
It's
kids about? The league game. You know them over there?
Probably. Why does it look like it's snowing?
Are you working? Paying?
I have nothing there to make my Saturday night. What's it like?
You live in Georgetown?
Yeah, well, Stanford. I feel bad for him. I live all the way in Rochester.
Where we going? Alright. Is there any trash? Have you seen the trash? Let's go ahead and pull them, get the trash cans in there. The trash bags are on that other sheet.
Okay.
No, they're actually still on the fence.
Oh, you get on.
Nope.
What?
They're still on the fence. They're still.
Probably.
Keep going.
Sometimes they're like that. Would y'all like to set a pizza or a hot dog? Okay. Ooh, that's okay.
Is it really? Well, maybe, yeah.
Well, free ESPN.
Yeah. ESPN Plus. Yeah, they do, yeah. I'm actually so, actually, it's kind of smarter.
Like,
way, but-
unless, I know some teams have their own, actually, like, hire their own people to
Yeah.
commentate.
champion has a few people that he
I'd love to do that. That's awesome.
We'll have our own next year. Super League, they have to become required.
What a way to end this.
Yeah, well, it's fitting. I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to
I'm happy for the new stadium. I am going to be sad being 15 minutes away.
I'm 2 minutes away. That's what I'm gonna like. I live right next to Costco. I just get on the interstate. So.
Tyler's asking
Steve.
for an update.
I wouldn't say we get half a year.
Yeah. Nice overhang, nice proper stadium.
At least it's right off the interstate, so it's a straight shot.
For anybody. Almost, yeah.
Unless you're coming from Tennessee.
Yeah. Totally.
Hey, that's where all the rich are.
Yeah, they got nice guys. I think we should play now. I think we should play. It's a might be a tough game too.
Yeah,
It's a
so
big
they
game.
pretty much have to.
Yeah.
First round,
Yeah.
we have to play before.
Well, we're not still top of the Jägermeister? Oh, did they? No. Not Madison. I don't think. We tied them last week.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the Jägermeister.
We did. We beat them years back.
Yeah. That was a final game. Those guys were playing.
It was amazing that we scored a set piece goal 2 men down.
Well, on paper, they're a much better team, too, so. Well, that's right, yeah. We were 2 men down right at the end, and yeah.
On paper, we should be the better team because we have allegedly the highest player budget in the league.
Do we really? I didn't know that.
We are spending somewhere in championship level. I know there's
Well, they knew it was coming, probably.
yeah. I know there's at least 3 or 4 teams that people in the like championship have said they're
Vamos, Lexington! Come on. Let us play, please.
I just showed up with the good person. I was
Yep. They're still. Let's go. Let's get them out. Let's play. Get them out. Let's play.
I know.
I do want to run across the field, see if I can slide. You know, you see those videos.
or it will be like the Women's World Cup there. Stop.
Yeah.
Frankie actually right in Southern California. If we get enough goals, I'm gonna streak the field.
Where are your towel here, so I'll go through.
kids that walk out. No.
We were
The
at.
kids that walk out with the players. They're
Yeah.
called masks.
Oh, exactly. I didn't know that. It's a really unique thing, especially because some teams have actual mascots, like what we would call. Yeah. All right. It's like a weird thing. They're not gonna let a horse kill.
I think it would be hilarious if kids were to crap off the field before the game.
Play ball.
thought there's like 3 of us. They put the drums up. We gonna get a good shot. Oh yeah, you might as well. You won't be the only one. I think it'd be a lot of people singing. If we get 10 goes, like I'll run fat ass. Twice. Back and forth. That's right. I don't think you'll be alone. I think there'll be a lot of people doing it with you. Oh man. That's what I said, like, gentleman's agreement, no goalkeepers, 11 strikers. Anybody that plays strikers. Hey, y'all saw him on the championship announcement. He was wearing a 10 jersey. Just saying. Not ready to strike.
Might get some mid. Might get some midfield whilst the Academy gets some practice.
She's driving home. I'm not an accountant. Okay, let's see. You're behind. So,
You forgot about the pregame before you
going to get Kirsten. So, I drank one natural ice in the first one. Then I stopped and bought 2 of the big twisted teas. I drank those while I was getting her up. So I picked you up. I come back and picked you up. And then I had how many Jaegers?
Sometimes.
Not much more. So we had a
There
thing.
was literally hockey players that died yesterday because they were hit by drinking something.
So we had a thing of Jaeger. Right?
I think it was in
You
New
remember
Jersey.
that? Yeah. We had Jaeger. We had 2 more twisted teas. I had 3 of the LSC beers. Right? Yeah, I had 3 of those. What did we have with Jacob? I had a beer and I had a whiskey. Yeah. And then I had another Jaeger. And then I had this one right here that I haven't finished yet. But yeah.
No, women, yo, our
I also saw your poll and I said the only person I'm willing to lose to is the. That's it. Right. No, it was perfect. It was perfect. I don't know who it. Honestly, just first guess. So y'all have to tell me. Did I guess any of them wrong?
Who did you put for?
Okay, so what was the first? First one. I think I picked all of them. I picked three. Everybody picked smart. I didn't think it was it. Yeah, I got that one wrong. I got that one wrong. I saw it and I was like, did Smart ever get rid of
He
it?
got Lexington's first goal. 10 minutes later.
I put College. College. Oh, it was College. Because not without them. Which player did you do? I picked him.
Yeah, subbed in. The Greenville game last year. He was subbed in for a minute.
No, those are good questions.
He was subbed in for a minute for 2 goals. And he was able to see through.
Me. So I got 4 out of 6. Oh, who's winning that one? Who's winning the biggest battle? What? He's got a whole like whole fucking pod. You beat Thunder? Yeah, that's what I was saying. You beat. Yeah, make the work counts. Tyler has like a posse. Yeah, I told her. I said, John said he'd give it.
I was banking on that.
She said she would like it.
Why are we playing, guys? Oh, look up. Oh, look, I just put it down. You think you're on all fours just licking up a puddle?
No, I love TikTok. That's my shit. Gianna said you're old. Because you do the, what is it? Yeah, the green screen. If you do the green screen, you're old. You ain't good. Alright. So you make the real birds TikTok look old. Nobody likes it.
He's made a green screen.
I did. She yelled at me. She said, "You're acting like John." And I was like, "That was a good one though."
John, don't listen to me. You're a game. John, John's so young before me.
What's his most like?
Raise your hand if you're roasting something.
It was just literally me kissing the barrel.
they're getting more orange, which means they're pretty close.
Get it? Flexing message, I don't know nothing. Flexing money, flexing every bone in muscle. Steady take the shots, never heard
No
nothing.
bugs around, man.
Even then, y'all don't worry nothing. And I like to give a shout out to my niggas with the game plan. And shout out to my niggas with the state plans. Turning bands, laying dance. We can do the rain check and we can make plans. Pockets loaded, pocket loaded, and let's rock and roll this. Time to go, I can stop it, keep smoking barrels, lock and loaded. Diamonds glowing, chocolate driving on us. Think I'm jumping out the window, I got 'em open. Line around the corner, line 'em up the block and over. Sometimes I even stop the smoking when it's time to fall and shade. My bands, the Lord, create, explore, expand, concord. I came, I saw, I came, I saw, I praise the Lord, the break, the Lord. I take what's mine, I take some more. It rains, it pours, it rains, it pours. I came, I saw, I came, I saw.
Oh, that was another one to ignore.
The break, the Lord. I take what's mine.
goals back on May 25th. An Omar Hernandez red card kept the door open for Lex Sporting. Down a goal after 90 and back-to-back stoppage time goals allowed a 4-3 victory for Lex Sporting over the Wolves. Both teams will have to put a similar offensive performance if they want the semis. The group stage concludes in the inaugural Jägermeister Cup. Lexington SC look for their 6th straight unbeaten to close down Toyota Stadium. Chattanooga look to end a 4-game losing drought to spoil Lexington's parade. Lineups and kickoff are next.
Lexington is the Kentuckiest place in the world. Just look at it. It's by far the bluegrassiest, the bourbonist. See? The artsiest, and hands down, the horsiest. Oh, look, that one has a baby. I don't know why you would look anywhere else. Looking for the coolest, most Kentuckiest getaway? Look at Lexington.
Girls like you aren't runners, they said. Well, I wasn't.
Let's go ahead and get some pictures of that knee, okay?
6 months, down the drain. Give up
Keep the rhythm going.
or get up?
Perfect.
Who's not a runner now?
We're gonna take it
You
out.
don't have to be an elite athlete to be treated like one. UK Healthcare, Orthopedic Surgery, and Sports Medicine. The power of advanced medicine.
Jägermeister is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the inaugural USL Jägermeister Cup. Take a shot at glory and celebrate the magic of this exciting new tournament all year long. Please drink responsibly. The final game of the USL Jägermeister Cup has turned into League One after dark. After 3¼ hours of delays due to thunder and lightning within the region, we finally kick off for the final group stage game between Lexington and Chattanooga. Let's take a look at Lexington SC's starting lineup with Darren Powell. He understands that things have been going well for LSC and they don't want to change too much. Ates Diouf makes his 50th match in League One while he is playing in his 98th total professional match. Isaac Cano makes his 7th start of the season, all with Lexington SC in his League One career. And Amal Knight, he stays within the pipes for today's game. He was not only Team of the Week in the Jägermeister Cup Round 7, but also in the USL League One regular season of Week 18. 2 strong performances for Amal Knight, 2 shutouts in the last 3, puts him back in net for Darren Powell and Lexington SC. As we take a look at Scott McKenzie's team, the Chattanooga Red Wolves, they want to tinker up a couple of things as they've made 4 changes. Gustavo Fernandez, he goes into the midfield with his 100th match played in USL League One. Fala and Green join Hernandez and John Hope in the back 4. Defensively, Green played with Lexington in 2023, while John Hope has started all 4 games since joining the Red Wolves in late July. Scott McKenzie, they want to turn things around as they're in the midst of a 4-game losing streak. They want to get back into W column considering the task they have ahead with the regular season resuming next week. As we take a look at the 2 sides taking the pitch, Lexington and Chattanooga finally set to kick off. We were initially slated for a 7 p.m. start time here in Georgetown. However, due to some thunderstorms and lightning within the area, we got stalled all the way back to we're about 10:16 Eastern time right now, so this has turned into an affair under the lights. League One after dark is what we have seen this game turn into, and I'm sure no one is more antsy to kick things off than Lexington and Chattanooga, not only because it's the last game of the group stage of the Jägermeister Cup, but because both teams, they are looking ahead to what is to come after the conclusion of this match, knowing that both of them are very much in a very tight regular season playoff race, and they both understand that a game like this, despite not quote-unquote meaning anything, can absolutely have big implications down the line. As we take a look at our guys in red, our officiating crew for today, Eric Lazama Pavon is our lead official, with William Geither and Kevin Kernan as our assistant referees, and Donovan Eubank as our fourth official. They're still set to take the coin flip to determine who gets first possession, which side of the pitch they want to play on. And these are two sides who really want to try to generate something because they understand the task up ahead when they come back to the regular season a week from today. With Chattanooga, they are only 1 point out of the final playoff spot in that regular season race. With Lexington, they thought they had an opportunity to take 2 potential playoff spots. However, after Madison's win over Omaha on Thursday, those opportunities were snuffed out. There was only one scenario where Lexington had a chance to go into the Jägermeister Cup semifinals. That concluded once Madison got their win on Thursday. Now they want to continue to generate the form that they've been able to provide, being unbeaten in their last 5. Lex Sporting want to turn that into 6 straight without conceding a loss, as we are ready to go between Lexington and Chattanooga. It took us 3¼ hours, but we're finally here. Chattanooga are in the whites. Lexington, they're in their greens. Lexington will start off from right to left, Chattanooga from left to right. The final home game for Lex Sporting here at Toyota Field is about to get started. Any minute, we wait the starting whistle from Eric Lazama Pavon, our head official, as we start things off. The final home match for Lexington SC here at Toyota Stadium starts off with a delayed kickoff. It's been thundering and lightning the entire night, which is why we had to start so late in the first place. But I'm sure one thing that is most certainly going to bring the thunder is the Railbirds, knowing that this is the last time that they'll be able to support Lex Sporting here at Toyota Stadium in Georgia before they move about a 30-minute drive south, 21 miles to be exact, to the new Lexington SC Stadium that will not only host this League One side en route to their championship in 2025, but also the Super League, the women's side, will kick off on the new stadium as well. But Lexington want to get off on the strong foot with Nico Brown on the attack. A slip there for Brown to center, in front, the deflection goes in, and Alexis Cerrito scores. Only seconds to start the game. What a way to start things off. Alexis Cerritos in less than a minute. And Lexington get the 1-0 advantage early. And we talked about Nico Brown going on the attack, and Cerritos just in the right place at the right time. Found the soft spot of that Chattanooga defense just at the top of the 6-yard box. Got the nice little flick on. That is Cerritos. He got a goal versus Central Valley just a couple of weeks ago. Gets another one here to get things started. Less than a minute in. If we were getting specific about it, we'd probably be talking about a matter of about 57, 58 seconds or so, but nonetheless, Lexington, that is one way to get the Railbirds back energized after laying dormant for 3¼ hours. But Chattanooga want to respond as they try to go in. However, that one's held off with Papa Mensah unable to keep it in, so it becomes a throw-in for Lexington. As we're here at Toyota Stadium for the final time. Ryan Lee and our entire ESPN Plus broadcast crew with you. We thank you so much for sticking with us despite the tumultuous circumstances of the night. As the quick drag down there by Lancaster will flip things Chattanooga's way. As the takedown was on Walefi Dos Reyes, who sports the captain's armband today for Chattanooga. And the next time that we will see Lexington at home will be 2 weeks from now, where they host One Knoxville in their new stadium as the in-swinger comes on, but it was flicked away off the top of the box. Doesn't matter anyways, that's a Red Wolves foul on the offensive end of things. 3-2-2 were Lexington in this Jägermeister Cup competition. They started off very well with accumulating 3 wins out of the gates against Madison, Central Valley, and against the aforementioned Chattanooga Red Wolves. That game versus Central Valley was via a shootout win, but it still counts nonetheless for the pair of points. And getting off on that hot foot for Lexington was a large portion of why they were even in the running for the group to begin with going into the day. Going into the match week, however. But the only unfortunate nature about the belly of the beast is that there was only one circumstance that would even garner them an opportunity to have a chance at the semifinals, which would have been resulting in not only a win today, but a Madison loss. However, Madison beat Omaha on Thursday, so that is why they're essentially playing in what you could argue is a meaningless game. But both Scott McKenzie and Darren Powell talked about how this game really means a lot for both sides because of the momentum it can create into what's to come after this, the regular season playoff race, as both Lexington and Chattanooga, they're right next to each other trying to chase South Georgia Tormenta, who are currently that 8th and final playoff spot. They want to try to generate something as well versus One Knoxville tomorrow on the final overall group stage game of the Jägermeister Cup, where that's Tormenta and One Knox tomorrow afternoon. But you know, with Tormenta, they've been struggling to get their momentum as well because they haven't garnered a single win in regulation in this tournament. Those Ibises only got those done in penalty shootouts. So once we kind of flip the script back going into next week, that's going to change things up. But right now, it's going to be taken by Isaac Cano, who splits it out wide. Held back, Atez Diouf, Player of the Month nominee for August, will just flip it back for Mendez, and Kalen Fox tries to get something to go. A first-minute goal by Alexis Cerritos, officially docked at 56 seconds into the match. Cerritos, the El Salvador international, getting the first one through. He signed on about a month into the season after spending some time with Huntsville of MLS Next Pro, and his side had the turnover. An opportunity here. Atez Diouf spins away and got a quick little grab there as he goes quick. Caputo leaves it out wide, so an opportunity comes towards center. Almost touched on by Atez Diouf, but a sliding tackle made to jar the ball out of play. Toby John Hope was with the disruption. As we take another look here, as that fed in by Christian Lou Young was attempted for Diouf to potentially double up on the lead. However, John Hope was the one to slide in. John Hope has started each of the last 4 matches since being signed on late in July. He's played many seasons of pro soccer overseas, including in Armenia and in Italy, to say the least. As the first corner kick of the game is brought to you by UK Healthcare. Short goal Lexington. Sprints up ahead, a chance to center. Wanted it back for Fox before it's disrupted. The attempt was made there by Stefan Lukic, who just pokes it out, and now Amal Knight has to come way out of his box to make sure that there wasn't a Red Wolf on the hunt 1v1 against him. Against the sideline, Chattanooga want to try to make a goal with for Papa Mensah before he's eventually cut off by Christian Young. But another ball out of play will be a throw-in for Lex Sporting. Trying to hold off a Chattanooga Red Wolf side who in this Jägermeister Cup competition won 5-1. They're 4th in the Central, only 4 points to speak of for Chattanooga in this competition, which was the lowest mark amongst all teams within the Jägermeister Cup. The next closest from anyone across this competition is Spokane, who is at 5. So it was Spokane playing earlier in the week with Chattanooga. In a way, it might just be for them to not finish dead last within the entire tournament. But that's already going to be an uphill climb as they have a 1-0 deficit taken at 56 seconds by Alexis Cerritos. But Atez Diouf with a pivot and an opportunity as he splits it out for Cam Lancaster. Cano. Diouf across for that opening goal scorer, Cerritos. Given a assist there off of the Cerritos goal by Nico Brown, who was tight-roping that end line in order to feed it in. But now an opportunity here for Lexington as they keep it in play. Young. Mendez to serve into the area. Bobbles. No one able to clearly get it before it's held on. TJ Bush comes out of his area to make the first save of the game in front of the Chattanooga net. TJ Bush has been pretty much that guy the entire season for head coach Scott McKenzie. Has led the season in saves throughout all of USL League One. Has been a pretty consistent name in terms of the save of the week list. However, Scott McKenzie said we don't want to make TJ Bush continuously a part of that save of the week's list, as we only want to have him as an insurance policy. However, unfortunately, they have to rely on him to make all those saves because a lot of times their defensive play kind of forces them into that position, but they have to defend against somebody who also has amazing goal-scoring pedigree on this Lexington side, Cam Lancaster. Cerritos again. Cerritos comes across for Diouf, wants Lancaster. Lancaster tried to split past one, and eventually that will draw a stoppage in play. And this ball will be headed out where Lancaster just picked it up immediately and tries to set the spot. We saw Lancaster just a few weeks ago versus Central Valley from a very similar approximate distance, about 27 meters. He went for goal. As we take a look at the foul, Lancaster just getting pestered from behind. A couple of whacks there from the back of the legs from Leo Fala. And Lancaster in Central Valley, he went for goal. It was stopped by the Central Valley Fuego keeper Aviles for a Cerritos tap-in. What's Lancaster gonna do here? Lancaster from distance! Hits the roof on the outside. Arguments are, did TJ Bush touch it? But the verdict is no. A nice strike there by Cam Lancaster. You could see that that ball was sizzling all the way through, and strikes like that are the reason why Lancaster was able to not only continue producing since coming down to League One, but why he was a USL Championship Golden Boot back in 2018. As it's another throw-in for Lexington as they want to increase this lead a dozen minutes in. Brown stripped away the ball, and now Chattanooga back the other way with Stefan Lukic. Lukic on the retrieval. Sends it up, wants Mensah. Lukic takes a tackle, but the reception anyways. And eventually stripped away. Nice play there defensively by Cerritos, and that one gets played all the way back for him all night. Turnover, Lancaster drops it back for Cerritos. He gets taken down after he just runs into the legs of Lukic. And now it's going to provide another set piece from distance. We saw that last attempt by Lancaster absolutely zoom by everyone as the Railbirds continue to rally behind Lex Sporting. And that's one thing that I think Lexington, when they move into their new stadium, they're absolutely going to have is the full voice of their supporters, the Railbirds. The party never stopped for them, but they could potentially try to look for another reason to celebrate as they have a free kick about 40 meters out. A little bit of scuffling just at the edge of the area will halt things off as Lancaster, as Corrales and Diouf rather. Diouf to serve, touched in, interrupted by Mensah and held on by Bush. TJ Bush came in from South Georgia Tormenta after spending the last 2 years backing up Pablo Jara. Kind of a 1-2 tandem for Ian Cameron's side. Won the trophy back in 2022, but he has really been called upon heavily here for Scott McKenzie. It's really been working well for the 26-year-old keeper. Career highs in starts, clean sheets, and most importantly, wins. However, hasn't necessarily translated one way or the other, as they've only had one win in this competition, have the Wolves. And the good thing for them, the big silver lining, however, is that they most certainly have an opportunity to get back into things when they re-enter the regular season next week, because they're only 1 point out of the 8th and final slot. Lexington are only 3 points back, so it's kind of the opportunity to try to continue building on what's been working. As we mentioned, as the ball goes out of play, throwing for Lexington, they've really kind of struck a chord as of late to have LSC, because they've been unbeaten in their last 5, 2 wins and 3 draws. That's the longest streak in the season, and only the second time that they've had a streak of 5 or more unbeaten. That was back in May and June of 2023. However, the big difference there, that was 1 win and 4 draws, as we have a foul and a potential injury on the pitch. Things will be halted, as that is going to be Gustavo Fernandez, who is slow to get up. If you take a look here, Gustavo Fernandez, ooh, he just went head to head there with Isaac Cano. They both tried going for the header. It seemed like Fernandez just kind of smashed the front of his face to the back of Cano's head. Fernandez making his 100th appearance in USL League One, 88 as a starter. Won the USL League One trophy last year with North Carolina, so he most certainly has some of that championship pedigree, that veteran leadership behind him. And that is something that Chattanooga as a whole unit are probably going to need, especially if they want to make this regular season playoff push. Corrales set to take the throw. He wears the captain's armband for Lexington today. He tries to heave it up long for Lancaster, but it's settled down by Chattanooga. A chase goes before it's fed off from Fala to Bush. A near turnover as Cerritos was sprinting in, but the header comes up anyways for Lancaster. Stripped away by Fernandez. Good to see him back on the pitch after that head-to-head collision. It's always one of the scariest collisions, especially in a sport like this. You have anything that's awkward, especially within the lower legs, and then the potential for head-to-head is always there anytime an aerial's on the way, but now it's Ates Diouf on the way, trying to look for something. Diouf. Drops it back for Caputo. Corrales. Leaves it for Brown. Nico Brown got an assist, brings it off for Cerritos, who scored that opening goal. He takes a stumble, no foul there. still in play as it's being kept by Stefan Lukic, who gets away and now has some space in front of him. Comes near side to far for Papa Mensah, leaves it up for Marsh. G takes a swing, couldn't quite get the full meat of the ball, so it's an easy roller for Amal Knight. Amal Knight has been so strong in net, as we've mentioned. He not only got Team of the Week of Jägermeister Cup Round 7 in their 0-0 draw via penalty shootout win versus Knoxville, but also had a Team of the Week of Week 18 after keeping Madison in a scoreless draw, staving 6 shots from the Flamingos. Lexington a little too hesitant to pull that trigger, and that's why they've got a man down. It's Corrales. Jorge Corrales makes his way back up. The 32-year-old has been a part of the Cuban international team since 2011, where he has played 50 matches for his native country. Started off his pro career here in the United States in the MLS with CF Montreal and the Chicago Fire before bouncing around the USL and making his way over to Lexington this season for his first stint in USL League One. Cerritos pitches out wide for Brown. Brown splits the D, has a chance, goes off the body of Brown, still in play. Cerritos didn't quite go for it, so now it's in the possession of Stefan Lukic, who's looking for Papa Mensah on the near side. Mensah working on Fox. Goes towards center, but no one on the reception as Marsh was a little slow to get there, but kept in by Chattanooga anyways. Hernandez wanted Marsh. Now a chance, a potential breakaway, but the flag is up. Had Cam Lancaster been on the streak, we'd be talking about a potential 2-0 match, especially for one of the deadliest goal scorers across USL history. Not just League One, not just championships. We're combining them. USL history, one of the most dangerous goal scorers, as going into the season, he had the 3rd most goals in the championship's history, did Lancaster. But now a chance for Lexington again to reclaim possession where they have already been so strong, because one of the big points of emphasis for this Lexington side is to make sure that they stall Chattanooga's rhythm, especially when you consider how they have been so good in possession. Chattanooga has, and it's one of those things where you can't fear what they're going to do with the ball if you take it away from them. But now it's going to be Lexington deep in the Chattanooga side off of a corner kick. All corners brought to you by UK Healthcare. Corrales ready for the in-swinger. That thing elevated so high as it's unable to be kept in by Cano. And it's a Chattanooga throw. The injury report is brought to you by UK Healthcare. A couple of guys are out, including Azad Liadi for a head injury, and Sisi Uche, Ebenezer Akan, and Michael Agbula all out with lower body related injuries. And for Liadi, it's really tough for him as well because he was on a bit of a heater before going out. But now Diouf has a chance to go. Dropped off, shoots, saved by Bush. Another corner coming up for Lexington. This should be their 3rd. A chance for Diouf, almost got dragged down from behind by Mensah, but just leaves it behind. Christian Young from the wide angle opportunity. And this should be corner number 3 for Lexington. All corners brought to you by UK Healthcare. Dropped off. Corrales to serve in. No one on the receiving end, but it's still available where Young just pitches up ahead. Fox leaves it. He knows he's offside, but Mendez is not. Fox towards the box. Can't get it in. Now a try from distance from Corrales goes right into the backboards. Foul offensively by Lexington. This will be Chattanooga's ball. Chattanooga are on the attack as it's going to be Siobhan Marsh trying to dance around and eventually gets free. Marsh attempted reception, but it's unable to be held on as it's already going the other direction with Atez Diouf for Lancaster. Offensive foul there as we take a look at the injury report for Chattanooga, brought to you by UK Healthcare. It looks a little clustered, but let's break it down. You got Renteria, Felipe, and Gomez with Knapp all out due injury-related reasons. Felipe and Renteria both with knees, Gomez and Knapp with lower body injuries. However, in the last game for Chattanooga, which was in Knoxville, both Malongo and Jamil Roberts got red cards. Jamil Roberts took a handball inside of the penalty area. Malongo, he just had an aggressive tackle late in the game. They're both out for red card suspension, and it also was part of the reason why we said in the opening lineups why Scott McKenzie had to switch things around so much, because 2 of his main starters are out due to suspension. We're in the 26th minute. Only goal was made by Alexis Cerritos off the reception from Nico Brown in the first minute. 56 seconds if you want to be exact, but now it will be another free kick opportunity for Lexington in the Chattanooga end of things as the ball gets spotted at the 40. Corrales goes quick for Brown. Lexington have been so dangerous all games so far. They've already mustered up 5 shot attempts. So Chattanooga's 1. Now it's over to the area, gets deflected and scored! Off of the foot of Lancaster, goes off a Chattanooga defender. Lexington have doubled down. What an opportunity here from Lexington. It was only a matter of time before they had an opportunity to strike twice. A nice center into the area. Cam Lancaster with the putback. And it might have gone off the leg of John Hope. It did. They'll give Lancaster the credit for the goal. And that will be another goal for Cam Lancaster, who is working on 3 goals in the last 5 games. For the 31-year-old from England. And we've talked about his long career in the USL Championship with Lexington, making that move up via promotion next season. He can most certainly spill trouble again, but now trouble again goes Alexis Cerritos to come across for Lancaster. Lancaster inside, tries to go up, but the kick is good. There's multi-use field with American football and soccer, getting those things done. But Lancaster, he has been humming all game long. He took that free kick from about 27, 28 yards out that just grazed the top of the net. We saw that last deflection just inside of the area to get that 2-0 goal in. And that's just some of the chances that Lancaster has been able to provide for Lexington to start things off, especially considering how he missed some time due to injury between May to July. And that's been one of those things that when you talk to both these teams, it's something that they've really lacked in terms of their ability to play their best roster is the lack of availability because of their long-term injuries. But a chance for Lexington to essentially get 3 in front. Lancaster with a swing and a miss. As that one just skims out of play, TJ Bush will take the goal kick. And we have a player down on that far side. That's Nico Brown. Brown a little slow as he continues to grab onto that leg. He's massaging that left knee. The last time that these two teams played in that 4-3 shootout thriller, Nico Brown was the one to get the game-tying goal in the 92nd minute. And he also got the assist on the opening goal to Alexis Cerritos. So for the 26-year-old forward/midfielder from Baltimore, he's really been a key cog in the machine that Darren Powell has continued to lubricate and continue to just work out the little kinks. And he thinks he's found something overall, has Darren Powell, saying that because of a lot of new players and a lot of coaching changes in the staff, it's taken some time for them to gel together. LSC have. However, the outcomes weren't necessarily coming early in the season, but the ability to remain consistent is why they've been able to hit a stride at the right time as well. You're looking at a streak that started off in the final game of July, made its way all the way through. They already have a beautiful 2-goal lead already in the last game of August as well. So you're essentially looking at a potential month. But Chattanooga want to spoil the party with Lukic. Served into the area, too high, too far for Siobhan Marsh. Early starts have been a big struggle for the Wolves, considering especially how things went versus Knoxville. And the Wolves know that in that game versus Knoxville, they pretty much had that game outplaying Knoxville, but they gave it up in the first 20 minutes. They already allowed 2 within the first 26, as TJ Bush could not corral that, and that's another corner kick for Lexington. They've got 4 already in the half. A fumble there by TJ Bush, and
that's a Lexington Sporting Club corner kick.
That is one of the things that
UK Healthcare.
Scott McKenzie mentioned against that Knoxville game, as we have the corner kick brought to you by UK Healthcare, is the individual errors adding up over time. But Corrales could potentially maximize. Serve towards back post, settled down by Cerritos. Cerritos kept in for Caputo. Has Cano, saves it off the line. Cano to serve, cut off by some white jerseys. Caputo wanted to keep it in play, but anyone in black would have been offside, so it's an easy hold on for TJ Bush, who goes for a line drive, cut off by Young. The final home game being played here at Toyota Stadium in Georgetown before Lexington SC take the operation to the U-Haul towards the new Lexington SC Stadium, only 21 miles south of here, about a 30-minute drive. from Georgetown to the heart of Lexington. And the good thing for Lexington is they have a lot of players on this team, including their head coach, Scott McKenzie, who have experience in the USL Championship. But they gotta take care of business here first. Served in, cut off by Corrales, where Brown is back on the pitch and already making his impact felt. Getting the interception there off of the feed attempted there by Owen Green. Turn around for Diouf. Far side for Young. Siobhan Marsh, he's just getting pestered there by Corrales before he gives it away. And now a chance to send it into the area for Lukic. Lukic makes a move, cut off, second chance in front, blocked away by Lexington. Scramble in the area, no one able to get it free. Up top it goes for Marsh. Marsh wants Walefi. Bicycle kick goes off the crossbar. Bobbles and caught by Knight. Beautiful opportunity there for the Wolves, but instead they kiss the crossbar. A quick opportunity there was fed off. Walefi had it partially blocked, and a nice attempt there made by Rapapa Mensah to try to get that one through for his potential 7th goal of the season, but he's still stuck at 6. Hasn't scored since midway through July. And a stoppage in play will halt things as we have a booking on the way. That's going to be Walefi dos Reyes who got the yellow there for the first booking of the match. The USL League One matchup kicks off September coverage on CBS Sports Network. Player Shield holder Union Omaha visits newcomer Spokane Velocity FC in their first ever regular season clash, September 4th at 9 p.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. Some of these League One national games have been so fun to watch. Kind of just shows the overall talent pool that League One has when you take a look at that stoppage time stunner from Richmond when they played Ford Madison in the Henny Derby. You also had the 0-0 draw where it was really just the Ford Parker and Bird Shipman show with Tormenta and Madison as well. Some of the League One sides have really stepped up, especially when the lights are the brightest. And today the lights shine down on the final game at Toyota Field. But Corrales wants to serve this one in and easily held on by Bush. We saw that lengthy injury report from the Chattanooga Red Wolves, and part of the issue with the injury report isn't just the number of injuries or the duration of recovery, but also Coach McKenzie from the Red Wolves made note that a lot of these recovery periods have to be doubled in length because you're not just considering the time off due to the injury itself, but also the ramp-up period when it comes to things like conditioning and getting back to form, reintegrating yourself and rebuilding the chemistry with the teammates. It kind of adds up into what could essentially be a much longer injury period, and in some cases maybe doubled up depending on the severity of the injury. But Chattanooga have been able to manage well. However, it has really hampered them as of late with 4 consecutive losses. It's the longest losing streak or even non-winning streak at all in 2024. But they want to respond with Siobhan Marsh. poked up ahead. Lukic didn't get the touch he wanted. And eventually kept in play for the Wolves. Deep ball, held down. Mensah wanted Lukic on the header, but the flag goes up offside. USL Championship soccer continues on ESPN networks in September with a Western Conference clash of teams fighting to stay in the playoff hunt. Last season's champions, Phoenix Rising FC, host FC Tulsa, Friday, September 6th at 11 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2. Gustavo Fernandez wanted to leave it up ahead for Marsh, as Marsh retreats for Bush. But a turnover provides Lexington an opportunity with Cerritos, who leaves it back for Diouf. Diouf hangs on, has Nico Brown served in as that one is elevated and caught by Bush. Imagine if that one had the right amount of dip to that and snuck underneath the crossbar. We'd be talking about more than just a party here at Toyota Stadium. Tackle there, foul on Caputo. There's a little bit of extracurriculars at the very end of that as well. 5 minutes and some change to go in this first half of play. Lexington have the 2-goal advantage. Alexis Cerritos assisted from Nico Brown and Cam Lancaster from Christian Lu Young. Those were the goals scored at 1 minute and 26 respectively. But Chattanooga want to cut in before the end of the half. 7 goals the last time these two teams played. However, the first time Chattanooga and Lexington squared off, that was a 1-0 decision in favor of Lexington, but it's already a chance here for Lukic. Takes a touch. Mensah in front. Couldn't get it as Corrales very gently rolls it towards Amal Knight. And already a whistle there, as a little bit too much there from Leo Fala. And the attempted deep ball goes for Lancaster, cut off by Jean Hope. Mensah wanted to head it for Lukic, but the touch wasn't quite right. But Caputo has Brown, and Brown's got some speed before he gets tangled up. This should be a booking, and it will be. Gustavo Fernandez for the 9th time in 2024. And that is the second yellow card of this match. Both of them have gone to the Red Wolves, as Fernandez made the executive decision to just clip down his man Brown to prevent him from streaking up that left side. Nico Brown has done such a good job working with speed. Probably a little bit of flashback from the first minute of the game, where Brown was just working the sidelines, not just the sideline but the end line, to get Cerritos that opening goal. A chance for Young. Young working on Pedro Hernandez. Young towards the box. Too tall for Lancaster. Kicked away but kept in by Caputo. Caputo gives it a try. Goes off of a one-man wall in white. Kept in by Lex Sporting. Diouf. Diouf opens, fires! Too high once again. The wait is almost over. Join Lexington Sporting Club on September 8th at 4 p.m. for the historic Super League home opener at the brand new stadium. Be part of the excitement as we kick off a new era for soccer in Lexington. Don't miss out. Learn more and secure your tickets at lexsporting.com. We'll see you there. And what an exciting time for Lexington as a whole with the transition to the championship, as well as the Super League team. So that's going to be the first time that the home side will get booked.
Yellow card issued to number 6, Abel Caputo, Lexington.
Drive attempted but missed. Caputo leads this team in yellows. He's got 9. As we have maybe a minute and change in this first half. Only the 2 goals to speak of. And now Kalen Fox just streaks up ahead. His pass got cut off, and now a turnaround for the Red Wolves. Lukic attempted to serve in the area, and that was Corrales to settle things down for him all night. Both teams really working in transition a lot today, especially with the circumstances of the wet pitch, maybe slipping things through and trying to get things to go. But now it's Lexington. Final seconds of the half before stoppage time got cut off, where Pedro Hernandez is there. We're in stoppage time, and now a chance here, and that is going to be a straight red card. Owen Green, he played for Lexington last year, gets sent off versus his former club. And now Chattanooga will be down to 10 for the remainder of the match. As you see here, Brown came up ahead, and that was just a long distance slide there from Owen Green. He started that slide at least 5 yards out and then made contact right at the base of the 40-yard line. So you could see the distance that was covered there by Green. And for a player who's already been down earlier in the contest with Nico Brown, that really makes things so much harder for the Chattanooga Red Wolves. They've got 6 total red cards on the season. That ties them for the most across all of League One in total League One play with Central Valley Fuego. They were both tied with each other at second with 5 apiece, but now Chattanooga ties Central Valley for the most. As per always, great to see Brown up on his own power. So there was not intended to be any stoppage, but due to some of the circumstances with the injuries and now the red card, they flash up the 4 finally, probably trying to take those other factors in consideration with the fouls and the red card. There was the yellow card just before the end of the 45 as well.
Fans, the fourth official has indicated a minimum of 4 minutes of stoppage play.
But we've already burned through the first 2.5 of that 4. Cerrito is just trying to escape free and allow his side to walk away with either a 2-goal lead or expand it to 3. Young holds. Up top, attempt goes for net. Too high it goes. So Chattanooga will be down to 10 men for the remainder of the match. Owen Green in the 45+1. That's the second red card he's taken in his League One career. And it's enough to force Chattanooga shorthanded for the second half. Are Lexington content with 2, or will they attempt for 3? Slide up for Cano. He's got 1 man to beat. But a stoppage in play as the player is down. That's Nico Brown. And Lexington wanted to play on as Cano had an opportunity in space and Brown was way behind the play, but Nico Brown has been absolutely getting beat up today. And not only has he just been getting absolutely wall-up the last couple of games, he's been having a heavy workload, playing 89+ minutes in the last 5 games straight. So with Brown down, Chattanooga a man down, and 2 quick goals for Lexington, the house closing party has started off on a hot note for the home side. As Lexington was able to get 2 of them past TJ Bush, and Amal Knight remains perfect. The last match played here at Toyota Stadium is being very much in favor of the home side. A nice party started here in Georgetown. Lexington up ahead 2-0. More from around the USL when we come back.
Lexington is the Kentuckiest place in the world. Just look at it. It's by far the bluegrassiest, the bourbonist. See? The artsiest, and hands down, the horsiest. Oh, look, that one has a baby. I don't know why you would look anywhere else. Looking for the coolest, most Kentuckiest getaway? Look at Lexington.
Girls like you aren't runners, they said. Well, I wasn't.
Let's go ahead and get some pictures of that knee, okay?
6 months, down the drain. Give up
Keep the rhythm going.
or get up.
Perfect.
Who's not a runner now?
Good, we're gonna take it
You
up.
don't have to be an elite athlete to be treated like one. UK Healthcare, Orthopedic Surgery, and Sports Medicine. The power of advanced medicine.
We return here to Toyota Stadium in Georgetown, Kentucky, where Lexington SC have accumulated a 2-0 lead over the Chattanooga Red Wolves. This is the 8th and final week of the Jägermeister Cup. Let's look back at week 7.
Opening the scoring. Charlotte on the counter. A 5-star start. Greenville starting to twist the screws. And on the counter after the game's first corner. A breakthrough for Alvarez. Does McKinnon have a response? Yes, he does. A sensational strike. Greenville, we will give those to you when we have them. Correa in space. This is Dustin Correa! His first goal for Charlotte at a pivotal moment. The Jacks back in front.
Toyota Stadium stays silent. Liati to take the lead. Calixto has to score, and he does. This year. Could grab the all-important extra point, and does!
An offensive opportunity. Here's Mason Tunbridge. Tried to slide that one through for Vivas. Rebound, scores! 5.5 minutes in, Niall Watson gets the 1-0 advantage for Tormenta. Teams across the country will begin playing August 17th. As that one comes in front, and Suko ties this game at 1. Ryan Sierakowski comes up and wins it. Sierakowski snaps the 4-game losing streak for Richmond. And Tormenta come back home with no wins in their last 3.
Still Malongo, the back heel. Toward goal, Coutinho! And stepped in! For the first time. Looks it across, little half volley, still up for grabs. Jerez is down, punched away. Fired towards goal again, and finally breaking through. Try again. Boyce. The Flamingos stretch to the...
And in Spokane, it's currently 72 degrees. Perfect summer temperatures. Cross into the box! And Bruno Rendon, just seconds into entering the match, strikes first for Northern Colorado. Crossers at that left back spot. He will be replaced by Ish Jump. Luis Heel with a chance. Shot! Heel answers! Luis Heel. Right, fakes left. On that end line, flick from behind. Wow, a one-of-a-kind strike from Noah Powder. The ball, bit of crisscross action, left-footed shot. Maj takes him down in the box. The whistle and the strike. Scores!
Week 7 in the books, week 8 in the Jägermeister Cup still ongoing. More from around the USL, the Jägermeister Cup, and League One when we come back.
Is it somebody's birthday? Dad, come watch us hit this ugly piñata. Dad!
When Hornets show up, so do we. Terminix it.
This is the beginning. This is a first practice, a first video session, a first pregame talk. This is a first ticket, a first scarf raise, a first kickoff. This is a tapestry of clubs and players and communities inspired by those who blazed the trail for women's sports, ready to inspire the next generation. We are the USL Super League. We're part of a movement, and this is our moment.
The best nights start with Jägermeister, made with 56 botanicals, always served ice cold.
Take a miracle to come back from this. Heartbreaking end to the season. But what's this?
For the moments when anticipation
Clock's counting down. 5 seconds. 3, 2,
becomes celebration. Jägermeister, Meister the moment.
Deciding to go right up through the middle. A shot. Wow!
Long range shot from Nordy, stopped, and that one trickles in.
When mosquitoes show up, so do we.
We return here to Georgetown, Kentucky for the final time as it's Lexington SC's final game here at Toyota Stadium. They're up by 2 against Chattanooga, but we have plenty from around the rest of the USL League One. We take a look at our news and notes as we start things off with the shot of glory. The USL Jägermeister Cup semis will be decided by the end of the weekend with 3 of the 4 seeds already determined with the group leaders. We just got to find out who is officially in that semifinal wildcard spot currently be occupied by Omaha, as we also have some news from around other organizations as well, as Charlotte Independent's assistant Dave Carton has been named Westchester SC's first head coach. Westchester will be a part of the 2025 USL League One expansion, and we still have some representation across the US Open Cup where Indy 11 could not get things done versus Sporting Kansas City earlier in the week. But that was the first semifinal appearance for the 11 in franchise history. As we go through our goal of the round, brought to you by Ford Madison's Devin Boyce, and I wanted that one to speak for itself. What is there to say? Just the strike, the elevation over the wall, just inside of the 2 posts. Got a chance to beat out Chattanooga and their backup keeper, Ricardo Jerez. As we take a look at the schedule from around the Jägermeister Cup of round 8, lots of goal scoring across the board already. We have 2 goals in our matchup. We already had the 2 goals from the midweek, which each went to 5+ goals apiece, and then the 1-0 struggles, to say the least, between Charlotte and Greenville, as well as Northern Colorado and Fuego. And the final game of the group stage of the inaugural USL Jägermeister Cup, Tormenta and One Knox. That's tomorrow at 7:30 to wrap up the group stage before we go to the semis. We've got plenty more from not only the USL and League One, but from this game. Lexington have 2, Chattanooga yet to get past them all night. More when we return.
Lexington is the Kentuckiest place in the world. Just look at it. It's by far the bluegrassiest, the bourbonist. See? The artsiest, and hands down, the horsiest. Oh, look, that one has a baby. I don't know why you would look anywhere else. Looking for the coolest, most Kentuckiest getaway? Look at Lexington.
Girls like you aren't runners, they said. Well, I wasn't.
Let's go ahead and get some pictures of that knee, okay?
6 months, down the drain. Give up
Keep the rhythm going.
or get up?
Perfect.
Who's not a runner now?
Good, we're gonna take
You don't have to be an elite athlete to be treated like one. UK Healthcare, Orthopedic Surgery, and Sports Medicine. The power of advanced medicine.
Jägermeister is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the inaugural USL Jägermeister Cup. Take a shot at glory and celebrate the magic of this exciting new tournament all year long. Please drink responsibly. Plenty of action from not just the USL League One, the Jägermeister Cup, but today's game as well. 2-0 Lexington over Chattanooga as we speak at halftime. Let's take a look at how we got to this as we go into the first half highlights between Lexington and the Red Wolves. Things got started off just seconds in. As you can see the scoreboard up top, Nico Brown just skimmed the tightrope along the sideline for the poke-in by Alexis Cerritos. That would be a goal for Cerritos. That puts him at 2 in the last 3 matches, with Nico Brown getting the assist as well. Cam Lancaster tried to go for net. However, that one just barely hit the roof. He knew he had that one dead to rights, but couldn't quite get it to go. TJ Bush has had himself a busy day in front of net, but this would be an opportunity to set things up as it just gets slipped through for Young. Got deflected by Lancaster to double up on the lead in the 26 minutes. That puts Lancaster at 6 goals in 2024. In his first year in USL League One, really puts Lexington on great footing, especially with an opportunity at the championship next year. However, they had a chance to defend against Papa Mensah on the bicycle kick, but went over the crossbar and out, and then a long distance slide by the ex-LSC player Owen Green drew a red card as things are starting to get ready back here at center pitch. As we're ready to start off the second half, Lexington will go from left to right to start the second off. Chattanooga will go from right to left. The Railbirds, despite a 3-hour and 15-minute rain delay, continue to roar strong as it's sent in towards the area, bobbled and out off the deflection by Toby Jeanhope. And it's very much going to be an uphill battle for Chattanooga, not only because they are 2 goals down, they're also 1 player down, as we saw that Owen Green red card just before the conclusion of the half at the 45+1. As a corner gets served in, clipped up, still in play, as it's held on, but not before things get whistled down.
Second half substitutions for Lexington SC. Number 2, Tate Robertson, in for Chris Lou Young, number 21. And number 25, Pierre Monet, in for number 6, Abel Caputo.
So a pair of substitutions by Lexington right at the half, with Pierre Manet and Tate Robertson coming into the match, with Christian Young and Abel Caputo coming out. Caputo also the lone yellow card recipient for Lexington, so they want to put that on the bench rather than on the pitch. But a chance to serve it in across, couldn't quite hit Brown, as that one was going to be out of play for a TJ Bush goal kick. Scrap at the center circle. Attempt to be held on by Corrales, who eventually feeds it off for Fox. As Diouf crosses midfield, takes a clip from behind. And I'm sure if you're Chattanooga, another card is not what you want, considering you already took 2 to start the half, as the yellow card for Walefi and for Fernandez were both just before the end of the half. But Nico cuts in, tries to go for goal. That one's off the body. It was Jean Hope. Bobbled around, held on. Cano for Cerritos. Diouf on the wet turf, had some slippage there, so it's gonna provide a turnover for Chattanooga as they want to make something go. Mensah wants to feed. Marsh versus Knight. Marsh holds on, offside regardless. And that's been one of those things that Chattanooga have not necessarily been able to do very well, is those individual errors continuing to add up. And they're not necessarily big errors, but they're small errors, and they can not only accumulate into potential, on-field things, getting balls in your favor, having set pieces the other way, but also just the emotional aspect of it. When those mistakes add up, the frustration that gets involved, and that has resulted in the Red Wolves taking some relatively uncharacteristic tackles and fouls, as Nico Brown was ahead of the pack. Offside he goes. But we've mentioned it throughout the entire broadcast that this is the final game that Lexington will play here at this dual-use field at Toyota Stadium in Georgetown, as they are set to go to their new home at the Lexington SC Stadium. Darren Powell talked about how every great club starts from humble beginnings, just trying to grow as an entire organization, and how much they've really been grateful for everything that Georgetown has done to make them feel like a part of home, away from home in a sense, and how this Kentucky community continued to rally around them, even though they weren't necessarily a Lexington team, but allow them to kind of get their bearings under them, establish those first couple of pillars, and really establish themselves in an organization that can be a growing powerhouse across the entire USL when you consider the Women's Super League that is being in the middle of play, just starting things out earlier in the month, and then there's also the promotion of Lexington into the USL Championship as well. A scrap at the far side, a little too much tussling. Lexington ball as they go quick. Diouf makes his way around for Nico Brown. Potential substitution on deck for Lexington as they cannot shove it down far enough for a potential pass to go towards Gustavo Fernandez. And the substitution is ready for Darren Powell. Enter Cameron Lacey, exit Atez Diouf. A wonderful first 52 minutes there for the Player of the Month nomination, Atez Diouf, but Cameron Lacey will enter the match. He made his USL League One debut in their last match versus Forward Madison, was signed on to Lexington earlier on in the month. Only a matter of about a week or so ago was the signing announced for Cam Lacey. Has been around the last couple of seasons and has really struggled to find a consistent home since being drafted in the 3rd round by Dallas. As he streaks along that near side, Lacey hangs on. Lacey feeds in, top of the area. Could not get the swing on, was Robertson. Deep ball attempted, cut off for Mensah. Lexington are back on the attack. Tate Robertson waits for his options, leaves it for Cano. Cano around, holds, shoots! Hits the side of the frame.
Lexington substitution, number 20, Cameron Lacey, in for number 32, Atez Diouf.
Nice couple of opportunities there for Isaac Cano. He was looking for a 2nd goal of the season. Could potentially have an opportunity to clash against his former club, Louisville City, next year in the USL Championship. Or if anything, he's only on loan with Lexington, so there's a chance that he could come back to Louisville, play Lexington. That could be a whole interesting storyline there come 2025's way. Quick play in by Dos Reyes. Lukic has Mensah. A chance goes from distance, was off of a body in front. And now Lacey awaits reinforcements. He's got Cam Lancaster. Cheers to local beer, as West 6th Brewing is proud to be the official craft beer of Lexington Sporting Club. Find their locally crafted beers all around the state of Kentucky, from flagship West 6th IPA to Sixer Light Lager. There's something for everyone. Head to west6th.com to visit one of their dynamic tap rooms and learn more about Stadium Ale, the official craft beer of Lexington SC. Chattanooga want to turn around as it's chipped up. Mensah has to go in a foot race, but Robinson wins it. T. Robertson outlets it. Corrales could not corral before it's eventually retrieved again by Cano. And a huge tumble right at around the 40-yard line, where eventually it becomes a yellow card for Leo Fala. He's beyond double digits in 2024. That puts him at 11. As we take another look at that yellow card, Cerritos just took a shove from behind from Fala. As Cerritos readjusts himself. And a try from distance is held off Amal Knight. I understand the thought there from Chattanooga, considering how, if you really pay attention to Amal Knight, he likes to play way outside of his box sometimes, kind of like an 11th field player in a way. We've seen him come out of the box numerous times to serve the ball up, and that was kind of what he did again a little bit there, trying to creep up a little bit. Chattanooga wanted to capitalize, could not do so, and now things have turned way in favor of Lexington, where they have the possession and have had the vast majority of it, about 57%. Brown tries to go around Hernandez as that one comes out of play, and it will be a corner upcoming for Lexington.
That'll be a UK Healthcare corner kick.
Second of the half. All corners are brought to you by Commonwealth Credit Union. Corrales to in-swing, headed up. Couldn't quite get the deflection he wanted, was Lacey, but still alive for Cano. Cerritos, top of the area, wants to serve again. Had to be poked out by TJ Bush. Had he not, that would have been 3 for Lexington. But that turns into corner number 3 of the half for Lexington. They've got 7 total. Nice service there by Cerritos. He's usually in front of the area, kind of
Healthcare corner kick.
Poking things along or maybe getting those deflections and rebounds in. He tried to go from distance that time, so this will provide Lexington with an opportunity for corner kick number 7. They look towards their set piece maestro and Tate Robertson, who got subbed in. Robertson in, disrupted by a flurry of white jerseys. Skimming the far sideline goes Hernandez. Hernandez has Marsh. Touched up beautifully there by Pierre Manet to cut it off. Had Manet not gotten the foot out, that would have been a breakaway for Siobhan Marsh. Pierre Manet getting things done in his 40th match in USL League One. All of that time has been played with Lexington as he signed his first pro contract out of VCU. As we're just shy of an hour into this contest. Final game of the Jägermeister Cup group stage. Lexington and Chattanooga. Lexington of the 2-goal advantage from Cerritos and Lancaster. Siobhan Marsh up top. Marsh from distance. Knight went for the dive but did not touch it, so it's a goal kick for Lexington. Select is the official match ball supplier of the USL Championship and many elite leagues throughout Europe. Visit us.select-sport.com for the latest Select products, specials, and more. Select, the player's choice. Just a little shy of a half a minute to the hour. 56 seconds in, Alexis Cerritos off of the assist from Nico Brown. In the 26th minute, Cam Lancaster fed off by Christian Young, who got subbed off just a little while ago. He was at the second half stoppage, to be in fact. Lexington, unbeaten in the last 5. 2 wins, 3 draws. One of those 3 draws was a penalty kick shootout win in the Jägermeister Cup. Chattanooga Red Wolves, losses in 4 consecutive. Outscored by a goal differential of 9-3 within that stretch. Lexington are also trying to make their impact felt before moving on to the USL Championship next year. And I'm sure they would love nothing more than to at least make the playoffs with only 3 points behind in the regular season standings, considering how the 2024 incoming class of USL Championship squads included North Carolina FC, who are currently within the playoff hunt in the Eastern Conference of the Championship after winning it all last year. I'm sure they would love nothing more than have some sort of similar impact that NCFC has had in the USL Championship. And not only the impact felt going into the championship, but leaving League One. Momentum can certainly swing if they can hold on to potentially go 6 straight without a loss. Cerritos, top of the area, leaves it for Robertson, serves in, too tall for Lancaster, but a stoppage in play will hold things up. Chattanooga will take over. The only way for either side to realistically make the Jägermeister Cup semifinals is to catch up to the 16 goals that were accumulated by Union Omaha throughout the tournament. If you include the 3-3 draw with Madison earlier in the week, that puts Omaha's total at 16. Chattanooga and Lexington going into today have only scored 8. So you're essentially asking the two squads to double up on what they've done in 7 games worth of progress. Doesn't help that both teams were shut out multiple times in this tournament. Lexington got shut out 3 times and Chattanooga twice. But right now they want to pack it on as Lancaster just barely misses the net. Lancaster was looking for 2, could not quite do so. But a nice little dump off there from Robertson. Lancaster, no one on him body to body. That's one of the advantages you'll have, especially being up by a man. There's a near turnover there as well. Lafayette essentially gets it away. A quick scrap there as it's a little bit too far in front, and now we will see some stoppage here. Chattanooga down 1 man and 2 goals in the 64th minute.
Chattanooga substitutions, number 7 in for 18, and number 4 coming on for 14.
So we will see the introduction of Declan Waters and Yair Paez, with Pedro Hernandez going to the bench. And you also see Walefi Dos Reis taking a squat for the rest of the night.
Chattanooga substitution, number 19 for number 4.
Deep ball attempted. Mensah cannot hold on, but it's available for Marsh. Bobble up in the air, and that one was claimed as a handball against Kalen Fox. Set piece will be taken by Chattanooga deep in the Lexington end. This will be an attempt from somewhat of a distance, as it is going to be Lukic and Omar Hernandez to stand over it, and Hernandez is the only one to remain as Lukic goes away. Quick strike, took a deflection, and that one sneaks through as Knight couldn't get all of it, and Chattanooga have reclaimed one back. Omar Hernandez off of the set piece from distance. Knight got some, but not all, and Chattanooga make this a 2-1 game. That was just, as much as that was actually a pretty solid strike there from Omar Hernandez to not only beat the wall, but also have enough power to make that difficult for Knight to hold on. If you're a goalkeeper, the other perspective is you got to be able to somehow close off the gap, as that one just beat Amal Knight 5-hole. Nothing else really to say about that, and it provides Omar Hernandez with his first goal in USL League One. The native of Dalton, Georgia, has played his college ball over at Mercer, was the 2019 Gatorade Player of the Year as a Georgia State champion. And he's in his first season in USL League One off of his first ever professional contract after graduating from Mercer just before the 2024 season really kicked off.
Omar Hernandez. That makes the score Lexington 2, Chattanooga 1.
Get that score back, guys.
So with Chattanooga down a man, a set piece was what it took for Chattanooga to finally get one back. And with all of that, it paves the way for potentially something a little bit crazy here for Scott McKenzie's side, as it's being retrieved back for Siobhan Marsh. Mensah gets it back. Mensah goes for goal. Overhead it goes. Fans, mark your calendars. The next match for LSC League One is on September 13th at 7 p.m. where the team will make their debut in the brand new stadium, leaving behind old grounds for an exciting new chapter. Be there to witness history as LSC takes on One Knoxville SC. Get your tickets now and join us for an unforgettable night. Visit lexsporting.com for more details. Brown feeds it in, blocked off by Fala. Kept in, Cerritos. Lacey has Brown. Brown serves in, back post, settles. Cano, a little gun shy there, but it falls back to a black jersey anyways. It's Corrales. Cerritos goes in front, too high for Lancaster. Kept in play, yes, it's Robertson. Robertson to serve, 2 men in the box, no one able to hit. Cerritos again, has Brown. Brown has been working up that near sideline, doesn't matter which direction Lexington have gone, but eventually gets poked out of play, and it's actually gonna be a Chattanooga throw. That was Yair Paez working on Brown, who eventually got that foot out. Partially blocked, rules for Fox. "20 minutes to go in regulation." Lacey comes in, blocked off by white jersey. Cerritos tries to give it a go, but that one took a glance off of a player in white and goes out of play for an LSC throw-in. The goal scorer for Chattanooga, Omar Hernandez, is down after just absolutely eating that attempt by Cerritos from distance. As we take another look at this one, it was Lacey who wanted to get the attempt in, but then it just falls for Cerritos, who just beamed that one right into the torso of Hernandez. And imagine just having that one absolutely smoked off your body. It just cannot feel good, regardless of the sport. But That's the things you do to try to get your team back in it after Chattanooga got one back after allowing 2 within 26. That pressure from Chattanooga making things difficult for Lexington. But it's Robertson. Unintentionally kept in play by Cerritos after the poke up by Chattanooga, but now falls from Manet. Centers, Lancaster fires, and that one's right into the hands of Bush. Can't watch the match? Turn on Sirius XMFC 157. North America's only 24/7 source for engaging soccer talk, including USL All Access, Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Plus hear live matches from the USL, MLS, Premier League, and more. All on Sirius XMFC 157 and the new Sirius XM app.
Come on, Lexington, stay hungry. Let's go. Toby, you're on the court.
Eighth and final group stage game between Chattanooga and Lexington. 2-1, Lex Sporting leads. Robertson to settle, to serve, it's blocked away by Leo Fala. That provides the 4th corner kick of the half, 8th of the game, as all corners by LSC are presented by Commonwealth Credit Union. Robertson, the outswinger, too tall for Mendez, settled by Cano. Lexington still on the attack, but a nice tackle there for Waters, but only one there is Lacey. Out of play it goes. Lacey, the last touch up. Corner number 9 for Lex Sporting.
And that's another UK Healthcare corner kick.
This time Robertson. Too far for anyone to retrieve it. So it's Kalen Fox across the other corner. Shy, Fox, throw in. Monet to serve, triple team. Mendez to settle. Lancaster can't escape. Cerritos. Wiggles past one. Lancaster gives it a go, and that one is held off again by TJ Bush. TJ Bush, what a great shot stopper he has been for Scott McKenzie. Has been dealing with a calf strain in the recent weeks, but he has continued to fight along game after game, being the #1 guy for the Chattanooga Red Wolves. As he has played pretty much all of the games for Chattanooga to this point. As Bush has played in at least 21 of the 22 Chattanooga matches so far. Final 15. 2 goals in the first 26 for Lexington. Cerritos wants to get his second and Lexington's third. Brown to cut in. Off of a white jersey, another corner kick. This puts Lexington at double digits. Today's Lexington SC corner kicks are presented by Commonwealth Credit Union. Robertson for the 6th time this half. Blocked away by Chattanooga. Lacey holds tight. Lacey in, blocked, out. Lexington's 11th, and none of them have been converted. Both of the 2 goals were converted in open play. Corrales headed down again. That time it was the attacker, Rapapa Mensah, who was back to help out defensively. Especially necessary due to the man down. Manet, blocked by Marsh. Marsh wants to transition, but Manet is all over him. Now he eventually finds an option with Yair Baez. Back from Marsh. Quick twirl, Marsh from distance, punched out by him all night. Another chance for Chattanooga. Can they tie it as they go for goal? But Knight is there to snuff out the opportunity.
Chattanooga substitution, number 9 in for number 11.
Huge collision on that far sideline. Is there a substitution in that last sequence as well, with Lucas Coutinho replacing Siobhan Marsh? So Siobhan Marsh is still on the pitch. A little bit early because they're on deck. They were gonna pull the trigger on that last stoppage, but they actually decided to hold off for a little bit. So now it becomes a chip upward where Lacey has to chase after that. Now before it just gets slammed out of play by Declan Waters. And now the substitution will be official, with Lucas Coutinho replacing Siobhan Marsh. Coutinho is only about 2 weeks removed from his 31st birthday. Has spent a lot of time out due to some injuries. Has Coutinho between April and right around June. Missed some time in July as well. Coutinho did get that lone goal versus Madison 2 weeks ago. However, the total lack of goal scoring, to say the least, has been a big problem for Chattanooga, as they have not scored multiple goals, have the Red Wolves, since July 13th in the game versus the Richmond Kickers. That's 8 games before today without more than 1 goal. If Amal Knight and Lex Sporting hold off Chattanooga to the 1 goal that they did accumulate, that would put them at 9 without more than 1. Cerritos seams it through for Lacey, cuts inside Lacey. He missed anyways, but he was offside. Doesn't matter what the result is, it's Chattanooga ball.
Lexington substitution, number 74, Eric Gonzalez, in for number 17, Cameron Lancaster.
So Cam Lancaster will be done for the Knights in favor of a defender, Eric Ceja. Eric Ceja Gonzalez, they appear that they might potentially be a little content with parking the bus a bit, but they do have Cameron Lacey, who, as we mentioned, was signed on earlier in about a week or so, who's actually more of a center attacking mid, more of a striker. So you have essentially replaced body for body. You just kind of add on a more defensive presence with Ceja. Lexington has had so many opportunities, however, have not been able to really pack it on, as 6 of their 18 shot attempts have been on target. Chattanooga only have 12 shot attempts with 4 on target. And Lex Sporting are also approaching 2/3 possession in this game. A lot of that has to do with the Owen Green red card at the 45+1. Chattanooga already back on it. Hernandez plays it back for Bush. And Hernandez is laboring a little bit. It is not necessarily a cool, calm day here in Georgetown. 71 degrees, but it's been humid the entire day through because of the thunderstorms that delayed this game by 3 hours and 15 minutes from the original kickoff time. And we might be slowly starting to see it take its toll on some of these players as things continue to just slow things down a little bit. And for Lexington, they will most certainly take it, because every second that gets eaten up by the clock is one step closer to their 6th straight match unbeaten. And they would love to do so, get back in winning ways, not just by winning, but also with the opportunity to pack on some goals, considering how they've had shutouts in 2 of the last 3 matches. But also credit their defense. They've only allowed 1 goal in the last 3 matches prior to today. And if you include Chattanooga so far, that puts them at 2 goals allowed in their last 4. 0-0 draws against Lexington and against Knoxville and Madison have Lexington. A 3-1 win versus Central Valley on the road 2 weeks ago, and currently 2-1 up on Chattanooga. As we await the resumption of play, Eat Football 2024 is here. Live your dream, rep your team, and play as your favorite USL Championship club. Eat Football is free to play. Download now. Brown harassed on that far side, attempting to get away. And just trying to settle down. A little too much contact there with Lucas Coutinho. So that's Nico Brown who will be docked on the booking. Try from distance, headed down but wide. Oh boy, had that been on frame, that would have been very, very interesting for Rapapamensa. And not just Rapapamensa, but this Chattanooga side. The last time these two played, there were 2 goals in stoppage time for Lexington to not only tie it, but claim that win back in May. Chattanooga haven't necessarily had a lot of opportunities since going a man down, but the chances they've had, the highest of dangers to say the least. Mensah awaits reinforcements, wants to center, tap down, too far for Lukic. Handball is the call against Chattanooga. they are ready for a pair of substitutions. We've got a pair of Serbians going off for each other, with Stefan Cvetanovic being the replacement for Stefan Lukic, and you also have Leopoldo Hernandez, who is coming in for Omar Hernandez. Leopoldo Hernandez in his second season with his first season with Chattanooga has been in and out of the lineup because he has missed some time, especially between June and August. A lot of injury-related concerns with the Red Wolves. 87th minute substitution. But now, potential chance to streaking through is Brown again. He takes the body once more. West 6th Brewing is a proud partner of Lexington Sporting Club. With dynamic taproom locations all throughout the state of Kentucky, you can enjoy West 6th locally crafted beers for all of your adventures. Enjoy our Stadium Ale, the official craft beer of Lexington SC, at all home games or at your favorite retailers around Lexington. Cvetanovic trying to make something go in his first couple of touches in this match. That's all 5 subs for Scott McKenzie. Sent it up, back and forth it goes. Yair Paez keeps it in play. Paez with a turn, a serve, too far up for Mensah. Could not quite get that one to settle. Drive goes, tangle up in the feet. Retrieval goes for Paez. It's a foot race between the ball and the sideline. Paez is there first. Mensah works on Mendez, but Mendez wins that battle as Lexington eventually clears, and that will be a booking. Aggressive foul right at the end of the play. That's going to be another yellow card being taken by the Chattanooga Red Wolves. They should put them at 4 in today's contest. Especially with only about 2 minutes and counting in this contest for today. Try goes across, Brown to settle, and a little too much contact there for Nico Brown. That's going to be a foul on the offense for Brown. As the man down is laboring right now. It appears to be Declan Waters, one of the 5 second-half substitutes for Chattanooga.
Second yellow card issued to number 77, Nico Brown.
And Nico Brown gets 2 on the game. Now we're level at 10 aside for essentially stoppage time. And oh boy, did things get interesting. So Nico Brown, that's yellow cards number 4 and 5 on the season. That means Brown is not going to be available in next week's match at Four Rivers of Northern Colorado. As you see that little scrap there, it's just kind of a 50-50 ball. Both Waters and Brown elevated their legs upward, and now the cards are continuing to fly as the whistle continues to blow. 6 minutes of stoppage available. We're at 10v10 right now, with yellow cards to green right at the first half, ending at the 45+1, and Nico Brown took his second yellow card at the 90-minute mark. So now it'll be Coutinho from the try just outside the penalty area. From about 26 meters out or so. Coutinho elevates, headed up, scrambling, front, scores! We're tied! Leo Fala puts this game at 2-2. And at 10v10, new life have come for the Chattanooga Red Wolves. A nice service here by Coutinho. A quick header up inside, and all alone was Leo Fala to just tap that one in the 90+2. As Coutinho had the service, the scramble up in front of the area, headed up by Mensah to provide it for Fala up for grabs. And for Lexington, if you're Darren Powell, I don't think you should be happy right now. If you're Scott McKenzie, you might be pretty darn happy. That snaps the drought for Chattanooga at 8 games without scoring 2+ goals. But Cerritos might have something to say about that, as he could potentially reclaim the lead. Cerritos off of the end line. What's the verdict? Goal kick, TJ Bush. And for Lexington, they could not maximize. They had the man up for 64 minutes. And they could not get one behind TJ Bush for the second. That's 2 goals for Chattanooga in the span of 26 minutes. Lexington scored their 2 goals in the first 26 minutes of the game. And now Chattanooga have scored 2 in the last 26 minutes of this game. Robertson on the attack, potentially to get something to go. We're at 10v10. Robertson wanted to serve, throw in for Lexington. Brown and Green both got reds. 10 men aside, 2 goals aside, 4 minutes of 6 played through. Out from Lacey, corner kick for Lexington. This is number 8 of the half, 12 of the game. And if you want to look at one thing that has not worked well for Lexington, 12 goals and not even a sniff at the net, as the white jerseys just continue to barrage the 6. All Lexington SC corners are presented by Commonwealth Credit Union. Right there, nothing but a white jersey in front of the corner. Quick ball goes up ahead as it's attempted by Pedro Hernandez. Poked out, last off Mendez. And with that Nico Brown red card, it has brought a new wave of breath towards the Chattanooga Red Wolves, who are looking to end a 4-game losing streak. Lexington, unbeaten in their last 5 in regulation, not even a PK loss within that stretch. Up top it goes for Waters. Hernandez. Hernandez goes for goal. Diving block made there by the body of Fox. And Fox just got back up on his own feet right away and tried to just play on as his team had the ball in transition. But due to potential injury concerns, or call it what you will, they'll stop things for the time being.
Lexington, let's get this goal.
I understand the frustration on Lexington's side, as Lexington want to close out their tenure at Toyota Stadium with a win. If they want to do so, it'll have to come from penalty kicks. 2-2 after 90+ minutes of play. We will go to penalty kicks in the final group stage game of the Jägermeister Cup between Lexington and Chattanooga. Two is where we end things off. Cerritos and Lancaster for Lexington. Omar Hernandez and Falla for Chattanooga. A very, very eventful 90 minutes of play.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as we will be back with the penalty kicks when we return in this 2-2 match.
Lexington Sporting Club will be decided by penalty kicks.
Lexington is the Kentuckiest place in the world. Just look at it. It's by far the bluegrassiest, the bourbonist. See? The artsiest, and hands down, the horsiest. Oh, look, that one has a baby. I don't know why you would look anywhere else. Looking for the coolest, most Kentuckiest getaway? Look at Lexington.
Girls like you aren't runners, they said. Well, I wasn't.
Let's go ahead and get some pictures of that knee, okay?
6 months, down the drain. Give up?
Keep the rhythm going.
Or get up?
Perfect.
Who's not a runner now?
Good, we're gonna take it
You
out.
don't have to be an elite athlete to be treated like one. UK Healthcare, Orthopedic Surgery, and Sports Medicine. The power of advanced medicine.
Jägermeister is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the inaugural USL Jägermeister Cup. Take a shot at glory and celebrate the magic of this exciting new tournament all year long. Please drink responsibly. We're back here at Toyota Stadium in Georgetown, Kentucky. 90 minutes solves nothing in the final game of group play in the Jägermeister Cup with Lexington SC and Chattanooga Red Wolves.
Cool.
2 goals in the opening 26 minutes by Alexis Cerritos and Cam Lancaster, and 2 goals within the final 26 minutes with Omar Hernandez and Leo Falla of Chattanooga. Nothing gets solved, so we go to penalty kicks. TJ Bush and Amal Knight await the shooters that they'll face. Lexington have gone to penalties twice in this competition, coming out on the winning end both sides versus Central Valley back in May and against Knoxville just a couple short weeks ago earlier in the month of August. Chattanooga have only been in PKs 1 time. That was towards the end of July, where they were unable to win against One Knox. First shooter up is Lucas Coutinho for Chattanooga Red Wolves, taking on Amal Knight. He scored a goal versus Madison 2 weeks ago, did Coutinho. Slow strut, save by Knight! What a save by Amal Knight. Coutinho with a slow run-up, and Amal Knight shows why he's one of the best in net in USL League One. And already the pressure is put on TJ Bush as he has to face the Louisville City loanee, Isaac Cano. He was a Kentucky high school state champion at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in the Lexington area back in 2021. Cano on Bush, buries, and Lexington have gone up ahead. Cano just slams that one towards his right. TJ Bush with a dive to his right. And just like that, a save from Amal Knight and a goal by Isaac Cano. Putting the vice grips on Rapapa Mensah and the pressure on the Wolves. Mensah, 6 goals on the season. Mensah scores. In a total of 150 matches, the composure that only experience can provide allows for Rapapa Mensah to get the first goal for Chattanooga after the start of round 2. And now it is Alexis Cerritos stepping up to the plate. The 23-year-old striker who made his 49th start in USL League One. He scored the opening goal in the first 56 seconds. Can he bury the second for Lexington? Slow roller. TJ Bush, right side, too shy. 2-1 for Lexington after 2 frames. Both men went to Cerritos' right. However, Cerritos had that corner so perfect that it doesn't matter how much TJ Bush was able to dive on it. 6'3" frame, unable to hit. But now it goes into the feet of the second half substitute at 20 years old, Yair Baez. Baez stutters, scores. Had Knight absolutely frozen. And it puts Chattanooga even at 2 with Baez just the starter step and score. His 3rd season with the Red Wolves, the 2nd ever Chattanooga Academy contract was Baez. And now the captain comes up to play in Jorge Corrales. Team of the week in Jägermeister Cup Week 7, primarily because of his excellent defensive play. Can he make the one important shot on offense in the PKs to go up ahead? Corrales on Bush. Easy goal for Jorge Corrales. The man from Cuba just had Bush going the wrong direction. Both guys went to their respective rights. But the save by Amal Knight on Lucas Coutinho is still the difference maker as we go into round 4. Leopoldo Hernandez, his first season in Major Pro after spending last year with the LA Force in Niza, has not scored a goal in USL League One. Has a chance on Knight. Hernandez scores off the fingertips of Knight and in. That was a nice opportunity there from Amal Knight. Very reminiscent of what Knight saw in that opening shot versus Coutinho, but instead of keeping that one out and potentially allowing Tate Robertson to get a game winner, Robertson is up to the task of having to put the pressure on the 5th Chattanooga shooter. Robertson, 50 appearances in USL League One, all of them with Lexington. On the 4th frame, Robertson puts the pressure on Chattanooga, 4-3 after 4. Once again, that's been a lot of what it's been. Pretty much every single one of the Lexington shooters have gone to the shooter's right. And almost every time, except for one, TJ Bush has gone to the right himself. And now the second half substitute, Stefan Cvetanovic. NAIA National Player of the Year, 4-time NAIA All-American from Oklahoma Wesleyan. Amal Knight with a chance to end it. Cvetanovic with a chance to extend it. Cvetanovic scores. Keeps this shootout rolling. His first putback in USL League One. This time, Amal Knight did guess the correct direction, going to Cvetanovic's right. However, could not get the touch on it the way everyone else did. And Kalen Fox to potentially decide it. 101 matches played. A Kentucky boy played with the Wildcats to end it, to wrap things up. Saved by Bush! And we go to sudden death. Pedro Hernandez with a chance to silence the Railbirds and to spoil the party here at Toyota Stadium, as that time going to the shooter's right did not pan out for Lexington. It was only a matter of time before TJ Bush took his opportunity on the shooter's right, and that time he did. But Pedro Hernandez steps up and scores. And now all of the pressure gets put on Lexington to extend. Chattanooga, off of a 4-game losing streak, want to get back in the W column, even if it has to come in penalty shootout. But the second half substitute, Eric Seha, has to score to extend. First match of 2024 for Seha to extend the PKs, and does so. We go to round 7. As the 3-time first team All-State of Nevada was able to level this thing at 5-5 after frame 6. Toby Jeanhope has only been on the squad for a little over a month. Brought on July 26th to take on Amal Knight, and gets it right past him. Didn't even flinch. And you saw that little step to the left of Amal Knight. He already knew he had the shooter going left, not himself. But a chance to keep this party rolling with Cam Lacey. Only on the squad for a week. Lacey! We go to round 8. Lacey and Bush both went to the shooter's right, and that's kind of been the theme still. Not a lot of divergence from this Lexington side, but round 8 will be passed off for Leo Fala. He scored the game-tying goal in the 90+2, his first goal of the season, his first as a Chattanooga Red Wolf. Fala gets a pass Knight. We are 7 for 8 for Chattanooga, as Fala and Knight both go to Fala's right. And this is the time where some of the substitutes may have piled up, with no Nico Brown, no Cam Lancaster available. Ates Diouf not available either. So Modesto Mendez, in his first season with Lexington, with the opportunity to extend to round 9. Mendez gets it through. We continue on. One shooter, or 2 field players rather, for both sides as Mendez slots that one in. The final 2 field players for both sides, assuming things continue on. Declan Waters has spent last season in the 2nd division of Sweden before going to Drake. Gets that one past them all night, does Declan Waters. It's 8-7 for round 9. Waters went to his right, as did Knight, but could not get that one through, as Knight just did not necessarily have the hands up at the right spot, but did guess correctly. Pierre Manet up to the plate. 2nd season in his first pro contract. Has not scored in 2024 for the 25-year-old from VCU. Started off his college career at Pitt. To keep the shootout going, Pierre Manet on TJ Bush. Manet just barely gets it past Bush. Got a touch, not a palm. We're at 8-8 after 9. This is the final field player for both sides, as the 2 red cards limited the 2 respective rosters. It's actually TJ Bush partying. This is the final shooter before we recycle. TJ Bush on him all night. Bush scores, roofs it. And now the final shooter for Lexington is none other than him all night. TJ Bush steps up to the plate, just got that one home. And this is the final shooter for Lexington before we recycle back to the top. Bush beat Knight. Now Knight, I'm Bush. He scores. Everyone on both rosters have gone through at least once. It's 9-9 after 10 rounds. What more can you ask for from the Jägermeister Cup? Lexington want to close out Toyota Stadium on a win. Chattanooga want to finish their 4-game losing streak and spoil the party for Lexington. Lucas Coutinho had his first shot saved by Knight, has a chance to redeem himself. Coutinho on Knight. Flipped Knight in the wrong direction. And TJ Bush has to go up against the 20-year-old from Lexington, Isaac Cano. As that was just a slow roller. Both gentlemen went left. We're at round 11. Isaac Cano to take twice. In his first season in League One from UMass Lowell, the Louisville native. Cano, bar out! Chattanooga snap the 4-game losing streak and end the reign on Lexington's parade. Closes out Toyota Stadium with a Lexington loss.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final score, Lexington SC 2, Chattanooga SC 2, with Chattanooga earning 2 points, 2 Jägermeister Cup points tonight. Fans, be sure to join us on Friday, September 13th at 7 p.m. for the inaugural League One home.
It took 11 frames, but Chattanooga climbs out with a win. Their first in 5 matches.
In support of Lexington SC.
And Lexington, unbeaten in regulation in 6 straight, but Toyota Stadium will have to see their final game of Lexington SC conclude with a PK loss.
Fans, please travel home safely tonight, and we'll see you at the next match.
The highlights from this match between Lexington and Chattanooga were a doozy, to say the least. Nico Brown just tight-roped along the sideline, went all the way around the defense for Alexis Cerritos to get the tap-in goal. That started things off at only 56 seconds for Cerritos. Was able to get the feed from Brown, and then it was just great passing here where Christian Liu Young had Lancaster all alone to poke that one in. Took a partial glance off a defender up front, but nonetheless, Cam Lancaster, the beneficiary, to make this one 2-0 at only 26 minutes into the game. However, Chattanooga would not give up as they continue to fight. The bicycle kick attempt there, but Papa Mensah couldn't quite go. The red card off of the dangerous slide off of Owen Green, and then the try from distance by Omar Hernandez could not be stopped all the way through by him all night. As you see that follow through there by Hernandez. I was at the 66th minute to make this 2-1, and then another set piece in the 90+2, headed to center and in. Toby Jean Hope for Leo Fala all alone at the top of the 6th to tie this game up at 2 apiece. And then Cano tried to go top corner on TJ Bush, too high on the shot. It went bar down out. And that is where we ended things with a 2-2 draw after 90. But the win goes to Chattanooga via PKs. And Lexington will wrap things up at Toyota Stadium, having lost to Chattanooga in PKs. What a way to wrap up the 8th and final group stage match of the Jägermeister Cup. That'll do it for us here in Georgetown. The next time we see Lexington SC at home, it'll be in their new home in Lexington. For all of us and our entire ESPN Plus broadcast crew, thank you for joining us. My name is Ryan Lee. Have a great rest of your night.